Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Speed stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, Hammer's Bullet, big blue caboose. Hammer's Bullet, the Canterbury Invader, takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. They're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of the Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Jewel wins six. One more try. Flashy Jewel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Plentiful is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money. He can't go around it. The unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 24 on your racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch was, as he had the hat trick on the card, so he's able to creep a little bit closer to jockey Jorge Carreño, who is on top still, obviously, with 28 wins, but Ronaldo Cumberbatch only 9 behind now, as he has 19. Antonio Whitehall, Chavian Chow at 14 and 13 for Stanley Chady Jr. And on the other side, the trainer side, Jerry Gorno has a 7-win lead over Shelley and Jared Brown, with Tom Gardapi Jr. and Michael Nault right in behind them. And we had some really good stakes races yesterday, some great finishes in the debutante for 2-year-old fillies. Lady Cop was able to hang on over Russian Pearl by a whisker. And then we had the R.C. Anderson, Mia Bear at 1-9, and Vianney got up in the final jump to go on by and get that win. And it was exciting racing all night long stretch. What did you see on the racetrack?
Yeah, you completely called it on those 2 stake races. Like you said, we had some big favorites, but you wouldn't know it at the wire, as one of them won, one didn't. One was going a little bit longer, and that was a little bit of the unknown. So outstanding start to the week with those ones. I I thought that there's only one horse that went actually gate to wire that led the whole way, and that was the one favorite in the stake race. And the others were more stalkers and made moves inside and outside. So I don't think there was really any bias there. And then the last one was basically the pick 4. There was no big long shots. It paid decent. The last horse was just under $12, but we had a big favorite win the first leg. That was good. Pick 5 did kind of probably worry some people after that first race, but then you realized it wasn't going to go. I think today, if you're the lone ticket, you're probably looking at the $500,000 after just on how the betting is going. There are some big favorites throughout the card. It could be chalky. We just kind of commented off air before we went on, and we both kind of agreed there's also some very vulnerable favorites in that sequence. So you beat 3 of those big favorites, I think you could walk home with the $500,000. Do you agree, or what do you think there, Kirt?
Oh, I definitely agree. There's a lot of horses that you have to beat, and I'm with you. The ones later on in the card are beatable, but Burrow Down, you got to beat that horse, and that's going to be a tough task to do. And even in the first leg, get up early on the inside. Those two, if you get those ones beat with something other than the second favorite, I think it could be jackpot time, winning it just before the mandatory payout, which is on Derby night Monday. So if you are chasing it the next 2 days and don't get it, you better come back on Monday because we are going to pay that out. Stretch, you ready to kick things off?
Yes, very ready. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's go. We got a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Stretch, what about the opener?
Yeah, very, very tough race to open the card. I'm glad it's, good and bad. It's not in the pick 4, pick 5 sequence. You can treat it either way. Why I find it very tough, 4 of the 6 horses came out of a very slowly run race, actually below par. So that always worries me. Somebody's got to step up a little bit. You just kind of have your par times and what levels you need to win at that level. So, yes, so then I'm thinking who can improve? Who is a horse that can improve a little? And I've decided I'm going to the 6. I was first start off almost a 2-year layoff. Basically was pressing early, striking spot, and then faded, which completely made sense after being out of racing for a couple years. So I think that should get the improvement, so hence why it's my top selection. I then went to the 4, probably going to be the longest shot on the board in here because it's coming out of a different race. And so that's what I was kind of looking for as the other ones were a little bit slow. Has won at 7.5 last year. Yes, it hasn't looked good the first 2 starts, but it just that needs to run back to some of those races last year. And then the last one on paper, the 2 looks like it's going to be the favorites. Could be as low as $4. Again, it makes sense on paper. Looks like it's a second last. I can't take a favorite though as my top selection in here. My picks are actually 6, 4, 2. Sorry, Beth. The 2 is going to be the 2. The whiskey worked is my third selection. So I'm going to call it 6, 4, 2.
Yeah, I found this to be an intriguing race. Those horses that are coming out of the 5 non-4, 35 non-4, which are the 4 and 5 in here, they've done very well dropping into the 25 non-winners of the year, but I didn't select either of them on top. I ended up going to number 1, Videra. The biggest thing here, draws the rail going 7 furlongs. This horse does have speed. Sheldon Chickeness riding very well this year, and I think this horse just might be able to make the lead. And horses that do get the lead going around 2 turns have been dynamite when they get loose on their own. I'm taking a shot that Videra will get loose. Could get company from the 5, Tough Enough to Start, and number 6, Misenhauer. But if it doesn't, I think this horse can go a long way at a big price. I do like number 6, Misenhauer. Great race last time. 3-horse duel all the way around. And the 2 closers ended up running 1-2 in the race. Button Mushroom and the Whiskey worked. So Misenhauer with that tightener, I agree, it will move forward. And you got to have the Whiskey work. This horse keeps running second. Can't get the job done. But if 1, 5, and 6 all go battle it out, Then the Whiskey Worked, Hey Hey Runaway, and Mission Reality. They're going to be the ralliers in here, and all of them do have a shot. I had a real tough time in here, but I'm taking 1, 6, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're only going to go 5 furlongs stretch. What about this one?
Yeah, I'm glad you really made a point about 5 furlongs, and that's what's different from the start of the year. Usually horses in for the 5 are your speed balls that like to go short. There is a lot of speed in here, which only makes sense. I went with a horse that can sit just off, and even a jockey who's been on a roll that's been bringing some horses off the pace. And that's the 4 horse. I also take a look at the horse that raced at Los Al, the big LA there. And that's in the 1,000-yard races. Just for those that are doing the math, it's just over 4 furlongs, and they make it that way to include so that it doesn't count against some thoroughbred races. Those are some tough horses this horse raced against. There's some usual invaders from Santa Anita that come in, and those races make this horse very top-notch. If runs back to those, and you can see that the horse can come off the pace. The 3 horses, I'm going to keep going with the 3 horse until he runs a bad one. Seems to have basically calmed down a little bit on his pre-race antics, and maybe they figured it out. He's been running so game. I think he can battle it out and kind of keep going. And then the last one is the one. The horse should get a great trip along the rail, won't be on the lead. There's just a little bit too much other speed, or at least I don't think the horse is going to be on the lead, and maybe pick up the pieces late, but I really do like the 4, so 4, 3, 1.
And myself, I see this race a little different. I see speed coming out of the 2, 3, and 4. And even the 1 Freudian Sip does have a little bit of early gas. So I went to number 5, Wits Coco. First time out, ran against Tis Funny. Tis Funny was the odds-on choice to absolutely destroy going wire to wire. But Wits Coco stalked every step of the way and then went by at the end to get that win going 5.5 furlongs. Last time out, ended up going a mile. And the fractions in that race were 23-1, 47-4, 13-1, and then 141-2 in the end. But that 47-4 half mile, 3 horses were dueling on the front end. The other horses were trying to swoop, and then really slow sat last and got them all rather easily as they were tiring. So I think that's the advantage to Wits Coco, cutting back now to 5 furlongs. Will be sitting behind those leaders, but if they are 3 across the track, I think Wits Coco can scoop them at a good price, so that's why he's on top. I also like number 1, Freudian Sip. This horse ran a good race against Contraband. Contraband, a speedball that ended up going 6 furlongs that day and hanging on. Myself and Stretch didn't think he can go past 5.5. Well, Stretch was 5 furlongs. I said 5.5, but fooled us and ran absolutely huge. Contraband is running well, so that second place finish, I think that's better than anything else in this field. So I gave Freudian Sip the second nod, and Snazzy Dresser I did put for third. Comes off a good win last time out. Is a total cutthroat 5 furlong sprinter. So that's my third selection. So I took 5, 1, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, a $10,000 claimer for 3 and up maidens. Again, only going the 5 furlong distance. Stretch looks like a big favorite.
Yeah, we're on the same page on the at least the top selection anyway. It shows you how not tough, just tricky those first 2 races are. So we'll see how everybody else does out there. 5 furlongs, that's the key. I'm going with the dropper. I like that the trainer has not dropped this horse down to $5,000. So if you're somebody's going to want to claim, they've got to spend some money. So that's a really good sign for me. The horse has basically been running against some really good horses. So this drop just completely makes sense. Should sit right behind some speed. There's some rabbits in here that are going to go as fast and as far as they can, and I just don't think that they're going to even be able to get the 5 furlongs. So top selection won't pay a lot, but it's going to be it's my key in the pick 5 anyway. The next horse, I went to the 2 because I couldn't find anything else. I wasn't a big fan of this horse losing last time in the sense of didn't really have that much of an excuse to do that, but the horse is cutting back, and I think showed speed last time, 2 back, couldn't get the lead with the speed ball. but that short distance might get the horse there. It's kind of the best of the rest. And then again, for me, it's guessing for third, and I went with the 5 Devils Time. I think the horse can run a little bit evenly and just get in there. But for me, 1 jumps off the page, and then maybe the 2. So 1, 2, 5.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. That's a huge drop in class for Get Up Early. Better Make That 2 or Barely Regal would both be 1 to 9, and they would beat this field rather handily. Only got beat by 5 1/4 lengths, and does get in for 12.5 because it is a Manitoba bred, so it gets 25% more. That's a lot of money to spend on this one, but comes in with a nice work, tactical speed to sit close. This is the horse to beat, and also my key in the pick 5. I do like Steely Caper to get a piece of things, but I picked number 3, Oh Man, for second, making the third start off the layoff. The first time was in for open maiden allowance, way too tough. Came back in the maiden 5,000, ran really well in there, running a third, and just lost to Steely Caper only by 1 1/4 lengths, and now gets that tightener under the belt. Third start off the layoff is the charm, so he gets my second selection, and of course Steely Caper is my third, so I'm 1, 3, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers, and they're going to go 6 furlongs. What an exciting race this should be.
Great call, yeah. If you're kind of keeping track, this is as tough a 10 non-3s you're going to get all year. Really mark this down. Anybody?
Well, it's the first one, so yeah, it is the toughest.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's a good call. Good call. I'm glad you made that note. I guess that being said, a horse that using Kirt's rule, which I do like, horse that ends up maybe 6th, beaten 5 only, and drops to the 5, watch out. I think you're going to steal a price there. I've landed on the 1. Basically, I think there's a lot of speed in here, and so who can close, and that's what this 1 horse is. Take note, understanding conditions too. This horse was in for 7,500. Some might think, oh, moving up in class. Not the case. That's 75 open against some really good horses, and a couple of even came out of a stakes race there. So watch out. So 10 non-3, we've got the conditions. So I think the horse will be at the back. We're just going to need a bit of racing luck to kind of weave through the speed that potentially could be backing up a bit. I then had to go for the speed of the speed in here because there is so much other speed, and that's the 3, Not Afraid. Looked extremely good last time. Actually went faster than I thought the horse could go last time. Got the lead quite handily, but going fast to do it, and then just pulled away. Kind of a repeat effort. Could have some pressure, but just might be good enough to kind of move on. Went from the allowance to the non-3. A little risky on the trainer, but smart move to get the win. And then I am going to take a filly against the boys simply because it's the other closer, and that's the 6. I think that I usually won't play a filly against the boys, but if there's just so much speed and many of them will be trying to keep up to the 3, fall back and maybe sneak in there for third. So 1, 3, 6.
Yeah, I see a speed fest. The 2, Timely Ruckus, the 3, Not Afraid, the 4, Striking Oil, and the 7, Harry Keep the Change all possess early gas in here to definitely set up a pace for someone to close on. But there is one of those speed horses that doesn't mind coming off the pace, and that's number 3, Not Afraid. You said how it impressed you last time. It's impressed me in almost every start that it's run this year. But one of its best races was early on where it ran second to Hallrich Legacy. Hallrich Legacy, after that allowance non-2 lifetime win, went into the stake race and almost stole it on the front end, ran third, beaten a length. So that was an absolutely massive race, and Not Afraid rallied from 5th to get up to second. Even last year, this horse had a couple of rallies from off the pace, got the win in the 5 non-2 lifer and against Bear Bryant. That was a great race also and a very patient ride. I don't think this horse has to be on the front end. Ronaldo Cumberbatch, he did have the hat trick and is second leading rider right now. I think this horse has a big shot to win. I also like Midnight Salute for the same reasons as you, Stretch. Look back to last year at that allowance non-2 lifetime win, sat off the pace, and then roared on by to easily win that one. And early on in the year, at the first level allowance against Eddie Forever and Wicked Fortitude, ran a big 5th place finish, only beaten 2 3/4. Massive drop down to this condition non-3 lifer. So he's my second choice, and I do like number 7, Harry Keep the Change. Was knocking on the door into Paradise. The big question, the distance of 6 furlongs. Yes, this horse could even clear in here, get the lead all alone. But I just don't think he's going to get that 6 furlongs. So I'm going to put him for third, and I'm taking 3, 1, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, our featured race on the card. The 35th running of the Manitoba Oaks. 4 3-year-old fillies going 1 mile, and a massive favorite in here. Do you think she might be able to get beat?
No.
Okay, that's easy enough. I agree with you.
It's interesting. As a race fan, some races you look forward to on betting opportunities. Some you just want to see a good, in this case, filly run around a local track, and that's what we're getting to see. She stands above the rest. She's been the mile. The extra distance we saw was not a problem. She looked even better there. Looking forward to seeing another powerful performance from her. So I don't need to go on and on with her. She's just a standout. She deserves to be the big favorite. I'm going to go to the 2 as my second choice. I liked how the trainer sent her to Century Mile for the mile race. The nice prep to come in. She is a stalking type, and that was kind of always her problem when she was going short. So I really think that's going to really pick up the pieces late. And so for me, she kind of really stand out for me to be second in here. And then after that, I've kind of wide open. I could have went to the 1 or maybe the 6. I went with the 1 because of the late work, and I think she's just going to improve after that last race. But I got it 7, then the 2, and then kind of wide open with the 1.
Well, we're in agreement on Burrow Down, the 1 to beat at a short price. But our second and third are different. It is not an easy exactor in here to play anything. Even Inspiratus was 30 to 1 last time out that it ran second. I ended up liking Savage Love that day, and I'm not picking either of them. Who I'm picking is number 4, Miami Souvenirs. Yes, it did win the maiden allowance last time out, but it was the way the horse did it. It was sitting back and just dragged Siobhan Bell all the way around the horses and to the lead, and it ended up drawing off by 3. This horse had a ton of route races under the belt, and that was at Gulfstream Park, as we all know, is much tougher. And I think this horse will sit back. There'll be some other horses trying to press the front, especially with number 5, Thrill of the Night in here. Anybody else that wants to go, it'll be a heated pace. Burrow Down won't be far away. So I'm thinking it's going to be a closer behind Burrow Down. So I went to Miami Souvenirs at a big price, and I like number 5, Thrill of the Night. She is 2 for 2 right now. Broke the maiden, won the allowance non-2 lifer again as a long shot. It was only 4 to 1 that day, but a very spirited effort. If they let her go on the front end, give her a 4-length advantage, she just might go all the way, because so far she hasn't been passed in 2 starts. She's got to fend off Burrow Down, but she just might go a long way. So I took 7, 4, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. Again, going the 5 furlong distance. Scratch the 1, Rotten to the Core, and scratch number 2, Wits Magic. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, yeah, like you said, the 5 furlongs. And again, there's going to be some horses that actually struggle to get the 5 furlongs in here. I've landed on the favorite. I'm not proud to say I'm giving you the favorite as my top selection. It's the safe play. I don't like safe plays too often. I'm going to be using all 3 of them in here, and probably even Kirt's other pick in there too. What I did like was the horse will be chasing. We've got Shirley on the outside is a speed horse that likes to go. A few others, even the quarter horse with the 5. I think she can sit just off and just inherit the lead, and that's what she did last time, and then got beat by True Kate. So probably the most likely horse to be in the money if you're a place or show player. That would be maybe the horse if you wanted to keep your parlay going. After that, I'm kind of searching for others, and I've decided, similar to what Kirt on the previous, another 5 furlong race was kind of a closer. I've gone to Go Wit Go, and I am searching, but what I did like last time is the horse showed more speed last time on the outside, and that's enough for me that the horse is going to sit back. Maybe it's kind of on the wake-up stage and will be at a price in the mix. And then the last one, I do like Kirt's top selection. He probably saw the same thing. Moved up, made a big move on the turn, got the lead, and there was only a half furlong left and tired. So I really do like a horse that's cutting back that had the lead. And so it's a good pick. I'll let Kirt take the top selection, but I'll make sure I make mention if that horse wins that I had it too.
All right. Yeah, I like Critical Condition. This horse had to need the lead to win. Did get the win going around 2 turns, just hanging on. But last time out, Jorge Carreño was aboard. He sat on the outside behind the speed and didn't chase after it, just sat there. But when he pulled the trigger, this horse opened up and looked like he was in cruise control and then started tiring down the lane. And then they all went blowing by, but that was at 6 furlongs. Now gets back to 5 furlongs. If it can run easy again for 2.5, maybe 3 furlongs, and then he pulls the trigger, I think Critical Condition definitely is the horse to beat. I do like the 4 outclassed you. Came out of a good race where Zenhai, the 3rd place finisher, did come back to win. True Kate came back to win, or came back to run second as the big favorite, but did run a really big race in there. And this horse seems to have woken up. And my 3rd selection, I went to number 5, Moore's Miracle. Had a bunch of works down in Phoenix before arriving here. Then a big gap in between April, the end of April, and early July. Did have a couple works. This horse is very competitive, sitting just in behind the speed. Courtney Ross has thrown out a lot of long shots, so why not throw this one in? And I took 6, 4, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer. For fillies, mares, 3 and up that are maidens are going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch. Who do you like?
Okay, it's who I don't dislike the most. So it's a little, as I mentioned in the first race today, it's about horses that aren't running to the level to win the race at this level. And that's kind of the situation here. Many of the horses in here that have raced at ASD have not run too fast enough to get the win. So I've got to see who can improve enough. And then the other tricky part is they've all kind of run at least one race in here that says, wow, I'll bet that horse. And then they come back with a not so good race. But I'm going to go to the horses that haven't run here. Kurt's kind of using the same kind of angle. And I went with the 3. I watched all the 3 replays on the 3 horse coming from Lone Star. And the last one was my least favorite. 2 Back was not a bad race, and I think the horse would be competitive. Tried to close a little bit after she was passed. So I kind of like that. Why not? Morning line 6-1, top trainer. Let's go with that one. Rarely do I take a first-time starter for bottoms, but when I can't find anything else in here that I trust I've got to find value in this race for sure. It's all about value. I do like that workout on June 9th in a minute and 2. I think that kind of work would put this horse right there in the winner's circle, or at least close. And then the big favorite is the 7. Certainly can win. I watched the race last time. Not really a big excuse. Was a little bit wide, but the time was so slow. If runs back and the others don't improve at all, can be there. You got to use it, but you're getting no value. But I'll go 3, 4, 7.
Yeah, I'm with you on Witzquay. So only because Silver Heights, I seen everything that you did. The reason the horse was bet down was because nobody else had form in the race, and the horse was dropping down from maiden allowance and showed that it was able to sit close before it did falter late, and ran a good race, no doubt about it. But that time again, they didn't go fast at all. 5.5 in 109 and change. Silver Heights will have to run a little faster, I think, to win it. So it's Queso. I think this horse might just have the lead in here, and that'll be very valuable to have, as there isn't a ton of speed. And if you can go 47, even 48 to the half, you can carry it all the way to the wire and go in about 114 and change. And I think that is good enough to win this race. So I put him on top. Silver Heights for second. The first-time starter in detention. Couple things on it. Does have 5 siblings. They're all halves. One of them did win 4 races and made $50K, all sprinting. 3 others are maiden. 2 of them did show speed in their debuts, and the other is unraced. But I'm with Stretch. I liked a lot of these workouts that the horse did have. Usually, Wendy Anderson only has about 3 or 4 works on her horse before she does enter, and this one has 8. So I think the fitness is there. That 102 really stood out to me also. And this is a 5-year-old. So the horse has been around for a while. They did keep it. They want to race it. So that's why I took the 4 for third. I'm 3, 7, and 4. Good luck with all your selections this evening. And I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just the lone overweight, and it's on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, there are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Please take note, number 7, Mosey's on Main. The claiming price should read $10,000. Once again, in this third race, number 7, Mosey's on Main. The claiming price, $10,000. And the Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just over $440,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 6, Spy a Star, has a late workout to report on July the 25th. Went 3 furlongs in 37 and 4 handily over a fast racetrack. Once again, race number 4, number 6, Spy a Star, worked on July the 25th, 37 and 4 handily over a fast racetrack. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our featured race on the card, the 35th running of the Manitoba Oaks. Just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, scratch number 1, Rotten to the Core, and scratch number 2, Wits Magic. That's race number 6, scratch the 1, Rotten to the Core, and scratch number 2, Wits Magic. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. Just a few overweights. They're on your TV monitors, and the Jackpot High 5 carryover just over $32,000. Well, an absolute beautiful evening for racing. Am I even in there, Stretch?
Barely. It's mainly stretchy.
Yeah, mainly stretchy. I don't know. I've been picking a lot of winners lately.
Yeah, you have.
Okay, mainly sunny skies, and hopefully it stretches day to day. The temperature, 21 degrees Celsius or 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast. Fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 19 minutes. Thank you for joining us this evening. And be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the jackpot ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw will take place at about 9:30 and the current jackpot is approaching $1,900. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's the place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Tuesday night card of racing with the $2,500 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like?
Well, we have a wide open race for sure. I'm a little surprised on the betting pattern right now. I will start with the 6, who is the current favorite. I don't think she will be the favorite at post time, but you never know. Maybe everybody's seeing the same thing I am and think the horse is going to improve. And that's why she is my top selection, is because she ran such a good race after off almost 2 years, pressed the pace, moved a little early, I thought, in the race, and then just got tired late. She could go to the lead. I'm not sure. She usually, a few of her bigger wins is she's close and makes that kind of middle move and opens up, and that potentially could happen. I did mention on ASD Live that race was not a fast run race, kind of a little below par, and so anybody coming out of the race, I'm hesitant. I'm certainly going to need a lot higher than 7-5, but.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. I took a little bit of a shot here on number 1, Videra. Is 1 for 1 at the distance, going 7 furlongs. Videra, she ended up going wire to wire that day, and she is on the inside, and I think that's a huge advantage. You see in these 7 furlong races, the other 2 speed are the 5 and the 6. So they're going to be out to the outside. Sheldon Chickeness, I think, is going to take advantage of that inside post position. And if he does make the lead, horses that have made the lead here going around 2 turns all by themselves have been very dangerous and have won a lot of races. So I'm taking a shot that Videra will clear, and that's why I made it my top selection.
That's fair. That's fair. I landed on a horse that was not in that race that I'm not a big fan of on July 12th, and that's Mission Reality, coming out of the 5 non-4s. Hasn't shown a lot, but I just know from last year, a couple of those races, a couple of wins in the fall looked really good. And yes, it was against weaker fields, but I just think that she has it. I think she just have a feeling she's sitting on the win, going around the 2 turns. Yeah, I'm taking a shot here because I don't really have a strong opinion really on anybody. So when that's the case, if I can find a reason on a long shot, and she's gray. Grays go fast. So there we go.
All righty. And I also like number 2, the Whiskey Worked. Back-to-back second place finishes after dropping out of the 5 non-3 lifetime condition. Lost to Bella Galena, who was 50-1 on the board. And then lost to Button Mushroom, who was another closer in the field. But Button Mushroom got the best of the Whiskey Worked. I'm just wondering if this is a horse that kind of likes to wait around for other horses and not show the big punch, but definitely you are going to get late run out of this. You got to hope that the 1, 5, and 6 go battle it out, and then she can show her late running style.
Very fair. The horse that's not listed that I almost put in my list is the 5. I liked this horse last time, and I could have almost put this horse and left the other one, left the 2 off. Showed speed last time. Last time she went off as a big long shot. Maybe she'll be similar. If you look back at last year when she won by 7 lengths, yes, again, similar condition like the 4, but I just was impressed. Last time showed a bunch of early speed. If the 1 doesn't necessarily go, or they give this horse a bit of a breather, she could potentially be the gate to wire horse. It's that wide open. You're going to make a case for.
Oh yes, number 3, Hey Runaway. I liked this horse last time. I thought it might have been the speed of the race, as it did show speed in the past. Has done well at the distance. 4 for 7, going 7 furlongs. Last time out was a stalker. Pounced on him, opened up, but then the 2 deep closers, Button Mushroom and the Whiskey Worked, they came flying down the lane. Button Mushroom won easy. The Whiskey Worked just got by Hey Runaway. Lionel Camacho Flores coming off a big day the other day, having 4 wins on last Wednesday. So this horse definitely can't throw it out. So what are we telling them, Stretch? It's wide open?
There's not anybody that wins this race. I will not be surprised. I think all 6 can legitimately win the race.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Start us off, Stretch.
Okay, so I'm going to do a pick 3. Unlike yourself, I'll let you try to.
Oh,
get
you're
through
going to
that.
leave 2 horses up.
I am. I'm saving money. 2, 4, 5, and 6 in here. With 1, 3, 4, 5 with the 1. That's how tough the next 2 legs are. I like that you're taking a stand. So a $2 one's 32 I think that's a standout in the third. $1 is 16.
And myself, I'm going after the early daily double. I'm taking all.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, because I like everyone, but I like a long shot in the next. Number 5, Wits Coco. So I'm taking a $2 double, all with 5. That's $12. You want to bet a $1 one? Only 6. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race number 2. The horse are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Videra, owned and trained by Doug Mustard. Sheldon Chickenus aboard. Number 2 is The Whiskey Worked, owned by River Park Stables, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Hey Hey Runaway, owned by TMS Stable and 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 4 is Mission Reality, owned by Hillside Farms and Right Attitude, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Tough Enough to Start, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 6, Mizenhauer, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 1, 4 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, as this is a 7 furlong race, this is the closest that the starting gate gets to the grandstand. Please feel free to collect along the chain link fence and watch the exciting start of a live thoroughbred race. And this is the only 7 furlong race of the evening.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Kicking off Tuesday's card with the girls going 7 furlongs that haven't won this year. It's a wide open race, as you can see with the betting pattern. I've landed on the 6, Misenhauer. She's only had 1 start in the last 2 years. It was a nice first out effort. Made a nice move and just got tired in the stretch, which only makes sense after a long layoff. Others to consider at 7-1, which is almost a long shot, is Mission Reality, coming out of a little better field than last time. Might get the trip in case there is a duel. So I'll give you 6, 4, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm taking a shot that a horse can get free in here. On the front end, I went to number 1, Videra. Has won, and the only time it did go the distance. Gets Sheldon Chickness, gets the rail. I expect him to go forward in the race. And as I said before, if anybody does get loose, they end up going a long way. Another horse to like. I do like number 2, but I'm going with the 1 at 7-1. Good luck here in the first.
It's post time
Idira, she's the first one in. Next up, the 8-5 favorite, the Whiskey Worked. Hey, hey, Runaway. She steps up and in. Mission Reality's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Tough enough to start. And just waiting on Misenhauer to the outside. She's almost in. They're at the post, and they're off. From the inside, Hey Hey Runaway shows a little bit of speed, but tough enough to start, wants the lead, and is going to get it by 2. Vidira settled in on the rail in second, with Hey Hey Runaway to her outside. Mission Reality sitting a length behind them, hugging the rail. The Whiskey Worked, and the early trailer will be Misenhauer. 25-2 the opening quarter. And on the lead, tough enough to start with Mission Reality, who's now moved up to second. Back to third, Hey Hey Runaway Vidira. Coming up the rail, 3 wide, Misenhauer. And the Whiskey Worked is now the early trailer, but only 4 off the lead. It's tough enough to start through a half in 25-1. Still running real easy with the lead by a length and a half. Mission Reality in an all-out drive from second. Back to third, Vidira trying to come up the rail, and the Whiskey Worked with the late rally. They hit the head of the lane. Tough enough to start, trying to fend off Mission Reality to the outside. These two coming to the 16th pole with Vidira in behind, but tough enough to start, digging in deep. Tough enough to start. Mission Reality, these two, but looks like tough enough to start, hung on. Mission Reality in second, Vidira in third, and Hey Hey Runaway finishing fourth. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 25-2, the half 50-1, 3 quarters 115-1. Time for the 7 furlongs 129-2. Results of the photo show the winner number 4, Mission Reality. Second goes to number 5, Tough Enough to Start. Third to number 1, Vidira. And fourth to number 3, Hey Hey Runaway. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 4, Mission Reality. Mission Reality is a Greyer Roan filly, 4 years old, by Mission Implausible, out of the mare Deputy Reality by Deputy Minister. Owned by Hillside Farms and Right Attitude, trained by Stephen Gaskin, and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 7 furlongs, 129 and 2. Well, as I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which raises money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you can win $100 if you pick either Joker and $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at Guest Services. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had a claim to report. Claim for $2,500 was number 2, The Whiskey Worked. Claimed by Tesfane Stables, trainer Blair Kidd. And welcome back down to paddock 4, race number 2. We have a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1. Stretch, we said, the 4 and 5. The droppers doing well, but we didn't take advantage. You had the 4
I
there.
had the 4. I was all about the. I got lucky.
And I was
on the
Videer in 3rd.
Yeah, I got lucky on the photo to get up. Helps for the pick 4. Well, good
pick
for you.
3
Good
and
for
the
you
double.
on the double. You're alive on the double.
Well,
Good
yeah,
for-
that big pick of all.
I did include that horse in both of them, the 4 and the 5. So Exactor paid well coming out. Just briefly, coming out of a faster run race and recognizing that that race of those other 4 was a little bit slower. So you got to make kind of those notes. Got a little bit lucky at the wire, but we'll take it. You need racing luck. Here we
No
go.
doubt about it. It's all about racing
luck.
luck.
Yes, here we go.
All right. Race number 2, who do you like in here? Okay, we were talking a little off camera. The speed ran around the racetrack together, so I wonder if that's going to play all night long. But in the first, at least, they all stuck around.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Now, this is 5 furlongs, and they're all, so we'll see.
A little bit more here, and
yeah.
whether there's a heated battle.
For sure. And there will be a much faster pace than the last one for sure. I've landed on the 4 as my top selection. I thought that this horse can show the big speed, but I also think comparing the key here was the races at Los Al running the 1,000-yard race where there are speedballs in here, and this horse was able to come off the pace. And so that's the race that I see. I like that workout on July 17th coming into the race. That's a good sign that the horse is ready, makes a slight drop in class after winning at a higher level. I think that Jared Brown, the trainer, is just looking for a spot and thinks 5 furlongs is a spot and isn't concerned about the 3,500 or the 5,000. So top selection. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there is going to be some pace in here with Hot Roddin', Soul Obsession, and Snazzy Dresser. Even Freudian Sip does have some early speed to offer to the race. But so that's why I went to number 5, Wits Coco. Got a good win first time out against the very fast Tis Funny. Ended up wearing the horse down and getting up to win by a half a length. And then last time out in that $5,000 claimer going a mile, they went the half in 47-4. And there was a couple of really good exchanges in there. The horse that ran second out on Saturday came back to win last night. Really slow out of that race. Came back to win. And Wits Coco was only making the second start and going from 5.5 to a mile. Now gets a cut back to 5 furlongs. This horse will have the air in its lungs. Mike Taphorn having a great meet. I like this horse as a stalker.
Good call. You're selling me on that, and you sold me enough to have it in my pick 4 and rolling pick 3. So my other one, I'm going based on how the horse is running, and that's Soul Obsession. She's been running. He's been running quite well. Very game. We've seen. We'll have to see if Julie can find the 3 for me, because sometimes he likes to act up, but he looks pretty calm.
Oh, he's looking calm today.
Calm today, focused on the race, and if he's focused on the race, he's a very game horse and battles it out. You can see 8 of 10 in the money going 5 furlongs, so something to consider. It's a tricky race. It's not a cut and dry how the board is being bet, but I think this horse, just being as game as he is, figures to be somewhere in the mix.
Oh, yeah, he comes and tries every single time, and if he could show as much speed as Snazzy Dresser and get in there, the speed just might carry around, and these two might run together. Another horse I do like in here, number 1, Freudian Sip. Had only one start here this year and was claimed for $3,500. ran against the horse Contraband out of the Jerry Gorno barn, who's now won 2 races and ran really, really well against Contraband, who had a slow first quarter and ended up running on with it. I think this horse will really like the distance of 5 furlongs, even though it hasn't won at it. 4 starts, a second and a third place finish. But this horse does offer some speed, draws inside, always valuable. Freudian Sip getting great odds right now at 8-1, because if Contraband was in here, I think Contraband right now would be sitting as the favorite with Snazzy Dresser, if not a little bit lower.
Agree with you. Well, we've got to mention Hot Rodden. I know he's not running his current form, but you just never know. He wakes up from time to time, and maybe today's the day. Hasn't shown it. He used to be a 5 furlong expert. He's going to have to battle it. If he breaks sharp and Neville gets him out, and he gets seems when he gets the lead, he gets focused and is tough to beat. Haven't seen it yet. 15-1, you don't usually get those kind of odds on him.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And he's a lady tamer to the outside, also offers speed, but only making the first start of the year. This isn't going to be an easy spot for He's a Lady Tamer. We'll need a race with a lot less speed in it. All right, Stretch, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Another pick 3.
Yeah, rolling pick 3s. We're rolling the
All
pick
right.
3s today. We've got 1, 3, 4, and 5. I've included your 5. Like I said, you've sold me on it. Keying the 1 again, all in on the 1 in the 3rd race, and then 4 horses in the 5th race.
4th race.
4th race, thank you. 1, 3, 6, 7. 32.
All right, myself, I'm just going straight win on number 5, Wits Coco. 5-2. I'm kind of liking those odds right now. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horse are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $11,800. Number 1 is Freudian Sip, owned and trained by Lee Delaron with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Hot Rodden, owned and trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Soul Obsession, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Snazzy Dresser, owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 5 is Wits Coco, owned by Mel Gamis, trained by Mike Tamporn with Ronald Alley. Rounding out the field is number 6, He's a Lady Tamer, owned and trained by Dale Zwiezliak with Arthur Badu. Post time for race number 2 in 2 minutes. And as this is race number 2, we have the HPPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse. And in this second race, that's number 4, Snazzy Dresser. That's the 4, Snazzy Dresser, the HPPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, this time we have the boys going 5 furlongs. A quick sprint. It's going to be fast early, and I think you're going to need a stalker, and that's the 4. This horse can be on the lead, but he can run just off the pace, and I think that's the key to this horse. Not getting a lot of value, but I just like how this horse is coming into the race, setting it up. A hard trier here is the 3-horse Soul Obsession, always right there. And the horse with the dream trip potentially on the rail, and that's the 1 horse. It's 6-1. That's kind of your value in there. I'm going to give you 4, 3, and 1.
Yeah, Stretch, I see the 3 and 4 doing some battling up front, maybe even throw in the 2. So I went for a stalker in here with the 5-horse Wits Coco. Ran huge first time out, going 5.5 furlongs. Ran an even better race, I think, going a mile last time out. Now cuts back to 5 furlongs, getting good value at 5-2. And I do like the 1 Freudian Sip coming out of a tough race against a loose speed horse, Contraband, who went wire to wire. So I'm 5-1. Good luck here in race number 2. Freudian Sip, the first to move into the starting gate. Next up, Hot Roddin'. Soul Obsession walks right in. The co-favorite at 2-1, Snazzy Dresser's turn. Now just 2 left to load. The other co-favorite, Wits Coco. And now waiting on He's a Lady Tamer to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. In between horses, Snazzy Dresser showing speed, but Soul Obsession now takes over by a half a length. To the outside, Snazzy Dresser coming up the rail. Freudian Sip showing some early life. In between horses, Hot Roddin' in fourth. Then He's a Lady Tamer and Wits Coco, the early trailer. Only 4 off the lead. The opening quarter, a quick 22-3. It's Freudian Sip and Soul Obsession nose and nose. Moving 3 wide, Snazzy Dresser. And coming up the rail, Wits Coco in fourth. They hit the head of the lane. And Freudian Sip with the lead. Soul Obsession trying to battle back on the outside. Snazzy Dresser now got in some trouble. They're at the 16th pole. Soul Obsession, Wits Coco flying on the outside. And Wits Coco's going to get there really close for a second between Soul Obsession and Freudian Sip. Fourth went to Hot Roddin'. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 2. The Stewarts have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 22-3, the half 46 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-1. Results of the photo show the winner number 5, Wits Coco. Second goes to number 3, Soul Obsession. Third to number 1, Freudian Sip. And fourth to number 2, Hot Roddin'. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 2, that's number 5, Wits Coco. Wits Coco is a dark bear brown gelding, 5 years old, by Penitent Man, out of the mare Melodic Escape by Wild Escape. Owned by Mel Gemus, trained by Mike Tapborn, and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-1. Congratulations goes out to jockey Ronald Alley, who scores the early double. 2 wins for jockey Ronald Alley. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards are removing the inquiry sign off the board. 5, 3, 1, and 2 will become official. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. There are no changes. Jackpot pick 5 wagering the carryover. Just under $450,000. And we will give you the rest of the changes. Turning your programs to race number 4. Number 6, Spy a Star, has a missing workout to report. On July the 25th, Spy a Star worked 3 furlongs, 37-4 handily over a fast racetrack. Once again, race number 4, number 6, Spy a Star, worked on July 25th, 3 furlongs, 37-4 handily over a fast racetrack. No changes in race number 5. In race number 6, scratch number 1, Rotten to the Core, and scratch number 2, Wits Magic. That's race number 6, scratch the 1, Rotten to the Core, and scratch number 2, Wits Magic. There's no changes in race number 7. Jackpot pick 5 wagering kicks off. Here in race number 3, they go to post in 20 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is also the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you'll win the whole jackpot, which is currently at $440,000, but is expected to go over $500,000. And when there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. The ASD Jackpot Pick 5 does have a mandatory payout day of Monday, August the 1st, Manitoba Derby night. If it is not won today or tomorrow, the pool for the mandatory payout is expected to exceed $1 million. And turning your programs back to race number 2, we had a claim to report. Claim for $3,500 was number 1, Freudian Sip. Claim by Stewart & Son, trainer Murray Duncan. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. Time to kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a $10,000 claimer for 3 and up maidens. They're only going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 2 stretch. Ronald Alley.
Yeah.
He got the early daily double, and Wits Coco came from last in there to run him down going 5 furlongs.
Yeah, found a clear path and did that. Good pick. You went all in on your double and the win. A little risky.
He was my fave of the day. So if you're going to do that, you might as well hit good.
Yeah, and you didn't go big, and so you'd still be able to recover if the horse didn't get up. And both pick 3s are going for myself, and hopefully we can keep it going. We're opening up the pick 5. As mentioned on ASD Live, I think if you're the lone ticket, you're probably going home with $500,000 just based on the money that's already in and what.
But you do have to get some horses beat in there. You got to get the 1 beat in this race. Next race is wide open. You got to get Burrow down beat in the 5th race. You have to get the 4 and 6 beat probably in the 6th race by one of those. And in the last, if you get the 7 beat, well, you're going to take home a lot of money unless someone else bets that kind of ticket.
Yeah, and that's just it. You've got to determine where do you want to take a chance, because you could beat those. You still have, there's a couple other tricky races in there that you've still got to pick. And so, it has a potential to pay huge or pay very little. So it's somewhere in between. It could go either way. We've both landed on the 1 as our top selection here. We've got a dropper from the allowance level. It's a good angle. And what's really good about this is he is a Manitoba bred, so he gets in for the claiming price of $12,500. So it's a pretty good investment if you want to claim this horse. So I do like that angle, not giving this horse away. The group says, hey, this horse is pretty good, but just can't beat the top maidens, and they're pretty good ones in there, and Better Make It 2 is 1-3, and then
Barely Regals and on 2 lifer, but 1 for maiden allowance.
Yeah, so it kind of continues from there. So found the perfect spot. I think the horse is going to basically stalk or may just inherit the lead, but I think this horse can run evenly, similar to that last race, using your rule, but within about 5 lengths of a classy horse. And this horse looks great in the paddock. You can see, thank you, Julie, for following that one around. So top selection for me in here.
Yeah, mine also. I like number 3, Oh Man for second. First time out was in for maiden allowance. That was just way too tough. Dropped in for the 5,000. Ran a good race in there. Almost caught up to Steely Caper for second in the end. As Bro Code, which was the stablemate of Steely Caper, ended up going on to win that by 4 lengths. But I like that it's the 3rd start off the layoff for Oh Man. And this horse was always in for maiden allowance. They had high hopes. Those hopes have dropped. Now they hope to win for maiden 5.
Maiden 10 today.
Or maiden 10.
They're back up. So they got away with not getting claimed. They're back in for 10. I went to the 2 as my second selection. Kind of how you just mentioned that it was getting to the 3 was getting to the 2, but that was going 6 furlongs. Now they're only going 5. And I think that extra half furlong puts this horse in as a contender maybe to run second and go from there. So I didn't like the horse that it lost last time because it kind of had a controlling pace. I don't think it's going to get one today, but maybe the cutback might be the difference.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think this 5 furlongs hits this horse really nicely because even in the previous race, Preach Little Gospel cut the fractions every step of the way. Looked like Steely Caper was going to fly on by and then just stalled there and couldn't get going. Spicy Wit went on by and got that win. So I think this is a big horse. Maybe the exactor play. Maybe it can even fool, get up early. If it does, get on the front end all alone. Another horse to look at, number 4, No No Jojo. This is a filly that's going to tackle the boys. And she showed really good speed last time out for about a half a mile. But the half mile time never really went that fast. 49-2. And they went just off of the track record for 6 furlongs. Unfortunately, it was only 5.5, and the horse ended up getting beat by 10. I think will last a little bit longer, but is in a tougher spot.
Is in a tougher spot, and that's a good point, as you kind of mentioned. Look at those internal fractions. Horses that show 1s means that they're kind of showing speed, but if it's a really slow time, when you put a faster horse, for example, the one horse who went 23:46 that's about 15 lengths faster, and so really be careful. 5 was my kind of long shot play that didn't show a lot last time, but last year and the maiden special weight again was kind of on the fringes of being right there. Unfortunately, they've also lost a little bit of hope, but there's a reason why the horse stayed in for maiden special weight for as long as it did. Thought there was something there. It is a 5-year-old racing against who the one horse is a 3-year-old.
Yeah, and it does get first-time Lasix, so that can help Devil's Time in here. And the 6, Roger That Be. Well, the horse does come from Gulfstream, but beaten double digits in every single start. The best start I think this horse had was on the turf going 5 furlongs in the first one. Ended up beating 3 horses and only got beat by 6 3/4 lengths. Last time out was going a mile on the turf, and that just seemed a little bit far for this horse. Didn't like the poly, and when it was on a sloppy track, didn't like that either. The class drop will help this horse, but I see a slow work coming in 53. I just can't back this horse today. I just got to watch one.
Yeah, not yet, especially at 6-1. If there is, it's a good sign that there's some early action on it, but you would need a price. And then the 7's a first-time starter, and you've got steady works, no fast enough works for me in there to say, oh, watch out, this horse can run. There's that 103 from the gate, which is okay, and those steady 50 and change out there. I think the horse is, again, like the 6, probably needs one.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Stretch, do you got a jackpot play? Doesn't look like it to me, and either do I.
No, doesn't have it. I'm not going to spend. Oh, you're spending more than I am.
Yeah, but I'm greedy. I'm going
You
after
are.
$1 ticket.
You did a $1 one.
Oh,
a
yeah, I'm
dollar
greedy.
one. Look at that. You know what?
I got Wits Coco money now.
That you do have Wits Coco money. You know what, Beth? Let's just have not a stretch change alert. I got to double it up. I don't want to be having less spent than Kirt. 40-cent pick 5. King the 1 with 1, 3, 4, 6, 7 with the 7, which is going to be the big favorite in that stake race with 4, 6, and 7 with a bunch in there of 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9. Trying to beat that 7. If the favorites come in, it's not going to pay a lot, but like you said, you've got a $1 one going.
Yeah, I got a whittled down stretch ticket here. I just got the 1 in here, then the 1, 3, 6. Keep Burrow down the 7 in race 5, then just the 4 and 6. Rounded off with the 1, 3, 4, and 7. That ticket is a $1 ticket for $24. But if you only want to bet 20 cents, you can get in for less than $5. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. Jockey Lionel Camacho Flores suffered an injury in the last race and is being attended to by the paramedics, but does require a transport to the hospital for further examination out of an abundance of precautions. Therefore, there will be a delay in the start of the next race while an ambulance attends to Assiniboia hounds to receive him from our on-site paramedics. We thank you for your patience and understanding in this situation. Once again, there will be a slight delay into the start of race number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received confirmation that the ambulance is en route to Assiniboia Downs and is expected to be on site for the patient transfer in approximately 10 minutes. Therefore, our expectation is that the race should be set to go to post in no more than 15 minutes. And if you haven't marked it on your calendar yet, our premier night of racing is next Monday, August the 1st at 7:30, featuring the $100,000 Manitoba Derby presented by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. This night of great racing also includes free family fun events, including a bouncy castle, face painting, live entertainment for the kids, plus the Manitoba Derby sweepstakes with a chance to win a $100 win wager on the winning horse in the Derby. That's next Monday, August the 1st at 7:30. Horses on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $13,500. Number 1 is Get Up Early, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Steely Caper, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Oh Man, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is No No Jojo, owned by Don Senebald, trained by Lee Delaron with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Devil's Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson with Siobhan Bell. Number 6 is Roger That Bee, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 7, Mosey's on Main, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Dwight Lewis. Post time for race number 3, 3 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Okay, here we go. Maidens going 5 furlong. 6 boys, one girl. Landed on the favorite here, the 1. He is dropping from some tougher caliber horses against an easier field. Still running for 10,000. Should get a good trip along the rail. Might get a little bit pressure or may just sit back and take over late. Others to consider if you're looking to try to grab the entire pool that's over $500,000 is the 2. That horse is slowly improving. And then a long shot in here is the 5 at 8-1. Maybe that horse will wake up. 1-2-5.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm in agreement with you on the 1, Get Up Early. I think it's this horse's race to lose. Has tactical speed, got the inside, has the top jock, and dropping. A lot going for it. I do like the 2, but my long shot is the 3, Oh Man. Ran behind the 2 last time out, only got beat by a length. Now, third start off the layoff. I think the horse is fitter and ready to go. So I'm 1, 3, and 2. Good luck here in race 3. post time. Get up early, the 4 to 5 favorite, the first to enter the starting gate. Next up, Steely Caper. Oh man, will be the next one in. The lone filly, no, Jojo. She's ready to find her spot in the middle. Devil's Time ready to go in. Now just 2 left to load. Roger that B. Roger that B. You'll need a little extra help from the gate crew. He's now in and just waiting on Mosey's on Main to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. Oh man, fractious in the starting gate. And they're off. Breaking slow was oh man, but from the middle, no, Jojo the filly breaks on top by a length and a half. Get up early on the inside, now engages and goes past no, Jojo and takes a lead by a half a length. Steely Caper making a 3 wide bid, sitting in behind them. Devil's Time in between horses. Roger that B on the rail. Then it's Mosey's on Main and well back. Oh man, who had the poor beginning. The opening quarter, 23-1, and Get Up Early has now opened up a 5-length lead. Steely Caper trying to eat into it in second, back in third. Roger that B. Get Up Early coming up to the 16th pole. Strides are shortening. Steely Caper getting closer, but Get Up Early. The favorite is going to win. Steely Caper second best. Third is going to go to Devil's Time. And fourth to oh man. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 3. The Stewart's opposed to number 1, Get Up Early as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Steely Caper. Third to number 5, Devil's Time. And fourth to number 3, oh man. We went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 47 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute even. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, there's a Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, that's number 1, Get Up Early. Get Up Early is a dark bay or brown gelding, 3 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Early Speed, Fire Commander. Owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller, and ridden on official victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute even. Number 1, Get Up Early, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by the owner, 2 Points Ranch. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the Stewarts were looking at the start on number 3, Oh Man, and after reviewing it, they have deemed that number 3, Oh Man, did not receive a fair start, so all monies will be refunded. Once again, in this third race, number 3, Oh Man, did not receive a fair start. So all monies bet on number 3, Oh Man, will be refunded. And pertaining to the pick 5 and pick 3s, if you had number 3, Oh Man, you did receive the favorite at post time, which was the winner, number 1, Get Up Early. Once again, if you played number 3, Oh Man, in your pick 5 on a 20-cent ticket, your ticket is now a 40-cent ticket. And if you used it in your pick 3s, you also received the 1, Get Up Early, for your 3-horse. All other monies, win, play, show, triactors, exactors, quinellas, superfectas, all refunds on number 3, Oh Man. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the TV monitors is the inquiry tape into the start of race number 3. Pay special attention to the 3-horse as you see third from the right side of your screen in blue. That's Oh Man. And what you are watching for here is in the starting gate to watch that the guy's hand goes, guy or girl, their hand goes up in the air. Can you play it? This is the North Tower head-on shot. And as you see, the hand was not in the air. Replay it again, guys. The horse breaks, and there's the arm still out and not up. One more time, gentlemen. Again, number 3 did not receive a fair start, thus the refund. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 6, Spy a Star, has a missing workout to report. Spy a Star worked on July the 25th. 3 furlongs, 37-4 handily, over a fast racetrack. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. There's no changes in race number 5. Race number 6, scratch number 1, Rotten to the Core, and scratch number 2, Wits Magic. That's in race 6, scratch number 1, Rotten to the Core, and scratch number 2, Wits Magic. And we are awaiting a rider change on number 8, Home Early Shirley. Now turning your programs to race number 7, number 7, Silver Heights. We are awaiting a rider change on number 7, Silver Heights. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. Assiniboia Downs is pleased to announce that in the month of August, Mondays are family fun nights. Beginning on Manitoba Derby Monday, each Monday evening from 6:30 to 9:30, kids can enjoy free bouncy castles, face painting, and live entertainment. Once again, that's the month of August, where every Monday is family fun night. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3. The favorite didn't disappoint, but a good win price.
It was a very good
$3.90.
Yeah. It was a surprisingly high price. I was quite happy about that. And then finishing off
Your pick 3?
Pick 3 got $100 for the $2 bet. You would have got $168.
So we're rolling after the first 3 races.
Let's hopefully it doesn't crash. Let's keep going. Okay.
You know that can always happen with Kirt and Stretch over here.
You never know.
Could be a dive bombing plane, but we're going to keep it going. We're on a roll. On to race number 4. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay. I've landed on the horse that happens to be 5-2, who at the morning line of 10-1. Thank you, everybody, for listening to ASD Live. Clearly, they're jumping on board here. I think there's a lot of speed in here, and so this horse is going to be coming from off the pace. And if you look back a couple of the races, this horse is closed as far back as 6 lengths back and made a nice run in an allowance field. Take note, this horse was in for 7,500 open, and so you have to understand conditions. This race is horses that have only won 2. They haven't won 3. The horse, like House Limit, is a borderline stake horse. My Cowboy was in there.
I think about 10 or 15.
Yeah, and then Flash of Glory is always around in there too. So watch out if this horse gets a trip. You saw the horse in the second race come off the pace. I'm hoping that could be the same thing and going from there. So if I get that pace battle up front, might be coming late.
Yeah, I like number 3, Not Afraid, in here as my top selection. This horse did go easily wire to wire last time out, and it was first time Lasix for the horse. The time before, the horse opened up after battling throughout and then got caught very late down the lane. Wondering if that's why the Lasix was added for its next start. But what I also like about Not Afraid, it doesn't have to go to the front. In the first start of the year, ran against Halrich Legacy. Halrich Legacy was a former stake horse with a couple years off, and it went into the older boy stake and ran a credible third beat in a length, trying to steal it on the front end. So that was a gallant effort. Not Afraid rallied from 5th to get 2nd. I think Not Afraid will look at the speed, not want to head it, but be close to it and be a stalker in here. Not liking the price at 6-5, but I like the running style of the horse.
Yeah, that's a good point against the Halrich Legacy, and that was my second selection. I took the longest shot on the board is the 6 horse, who happens to be a filly running against the boys. And 21-1, I don't think she can beat the top 2 selections, but if you're a trifecta player, maybe even exactor, you might want to include it just because of her running style.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I like her in there. A late workout on July 25th, 37-4 handily. And off Lasix for today, as almost all of Tom Gardapi's horses are. And the 7 Harry Keep the Change. This is a horse that was knocking on the door as the favorite at Turf Paradise. Wasn't able to get it done. Has run the distance 5 times. Only 1 third place finish. Unless Harry Keep the Change gets the lead all alone, that'll be the only way I can see him going all the way. But the distance, again, the question mark. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch, start it off.
Okay, pick 4 time. It's been really good pools lately, and so yeah, well,
you see me taking a stand in here?
Yeah,
again?
taking a stand. I've reduced it. I have reduced it. So it's 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7.
Reduced it. It's $75.
Well, and then I've got the 7.
Okay.
And then I've got 4, 6, and 7. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Yes, it's 75, but get a few buddies, throw in $25 and go from there.
Yeah, there you go. Nothing wrong with that. And myself, I'm going to be alive after the first leg because I'm hitting the all button. Then I'm keying the 7 in the running of the Oaks, Burrow down. Then I'm keying Critical Condition in the middle because I got some other bets going on. And then coming home with 5 horses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. That'll cost you $35. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. And we'll see you back for our featured race in race number 5, the 35th running of the Manitoba Oaks. The horses on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $13,700. Number 1 is Midnight Salute, owned by Shelley Brown, Steve Holborn, Christina Bell, and Dean Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Praven Badri. Number 2 is Timely Ruckus, owned by Oslam Bell and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Not Afraid, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Striking Oil, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5, Irresistibly Sexy, was a late scratch. We'll get back to that. A late scratch on number 5, Irresistibly Sexy. Number 6 is Spy a Star, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Ronald Alley. Rounding out the field is number 7, Harry Keep the Change, owned and trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 4, 2 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, with that late scratch of number 5, Irresistibly Sexy, it will be a complete refund on all your win, play, show, exactors, triactors, superfectas. As it results to the pick 3, you will get the favorite at post time. Also, if you included it in your pick 5s and pick 4s, you will also get the favorite at post time. A late scratch in this, the 4th race. Scratch the 5, Irresistibly Sexy. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, 10,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime going 6 furlongs. I've landed on the 1. Price is a little low at 7-2, but it's slowly climbing. I think there's a lot of pace to run at between the 2, 3, 4, and 7. They're going to go fast early. The 1 won't be near the lead. He'll be trying to come late, weave himself through, and maybe get up. That class drop is important. If he can run back to some of those, he'll be right there. 3 horse, if this horse can come just off the pace, he'll be dangerous. And if you're like the filly beating the boys, maybe the 6 for third. 1-3-6.
Yeah, Stretch. I like number 3, Not Afraid. I'm not liking the price really at 7-5 right now, but Not Afraid. I think this horse will be forward in the race, showing speed, but I don't think it's going to be battling head and head with Harry Keep the Change. I like those races where this horse showed it can come off the pace. That'll be valuable in here. And yes, I do like number 1, Midnight Salute, taking the drop from open into the condition races. So I'm taking 3 and 1. Good luck here in race number 4. post time. Timely Ruckus will be the first to enter the starting gate. Next up, the 8-5 favorite, Not Afraid, walks in. Striking Oil, starting to walk up. And goes in. Spy a Star, the filly, is next. Now just 2 left to load. Harry Keep the Change on the outside. And just waiting on Midnight Salute. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, that's Not Afraid, showing speed. But on the outside, Harry Keep the Change rockets out to grab the early lead. 1.5 miles. Well restrained, Not Afraid in second. Timely Ruckus settled back 5 lengths off it in third with Striking Oil to the inside. Then it's Spy a Star and the early trailer Midnight Salute has about 10 to make up. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. And Harry Keep the Change running easy with that lead. Not Afraid getting busy in second. Coming up the rail in third, Striking Oil, Timely Ruckus. Then back to Spy a Star and Midnight Salute. The half, 46 seconds. And Not Afraid just blows on by on the outside and captures the lead by 3. Striking Oil trying to get up the rail. A 16th of a mile to go. And Not Afraid, not a doubt, is going to win by 3. Striking Oil is second best. Third's going to go to Timely Ruckus. And fourth to Harry Keep the Change. The Stewart's opposed to number 3, Not Afraid, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Striking Oil. Third to number 2, Timely Ruckus. And fourth to number 7, Harry Keep the Change. They went the opening quarter in 23 seconds. The half, 46 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12. Now entering the winner's enclosure is the official winner. Here in race number 4, that's number 3, Not Afraid. Not Afraid is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Vindagari. Out of the mare, I Ain't Afraid, by Ghost Zapper. Owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12. Race 4 is official. In the upcoming 5th race, our featured race on the card, the 35th running of the $50,000 Manitoba Oaks 4 3-year-old fillies. There are no changes. Well, be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad on your program to go there now. And in tonight's Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, we have that winning ticket number. The winning ticket, 0861. Once again, the winning ticket number in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, 0861. You have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor south end, but don't throw your tickets away, because if winning ticket 0861 does not show up in 5 minutes, there will be a redraw. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5, our featured race on the card. It's the 35th running of the $50,000 Manitoba Oaks. 4 3-year-old fillies are going to go 1 mile. Let's take a look back at race number 4. First off, for those of you who did use number 5, Irresistibly Sexy, and you were alive in the pick 5, and you had a 20-cent ticket, well, now you have a 40-cent ticket as the favorite Not Afraid one. And for those of you in the pick 4 that used the 3 and the 5, kind of like me, I had all. So instead of having a $1 ticket, you will now have a $2 ticket alive. And what a race by Not Afraid today.
Yeah, it was a really smart ride, just letting the 7 go and not remotely trying to press and just hope that the 7 would come back. And sure enough, a bit of a layoff, and that horse struggles to get the 6 furlongs. Just kind of took over. And it's one of those, you don't want to move too early on a speed horse, because if you move too early, then you're using your horse, and then the closers can get you. So it was a patient ride, just kind of ran evenly, and then took over, and then rode him to the wire. And like you said, it's interesting with the 2 favorites winning. The pick 5, the jackpot is probably not going. But if you were chasing it to go after the jackpot and not using the favorite, suddenly,
you got the favorite.
You got so you can get your money back, building for tomorrow and Monday. So here we go on a race that I'm looking forward to very much. Sure, if not going to make a bunch betting this horse to win, but I just like watching some superstar horses in the making, and that's what we've got here. The number 7, she was impressive first out. I liked her when she won her first one, and then the second one, she looked even better going around the 2 turns, which was kind of expected. Her better races were going around 2 turns, so she is special. So we're going to get to see she's not going to need the lead. She's going to sit back and probably make her patented move on probably the far turn and see what she's got made of. They're going half a furlong farther, which is only benefit her.
Yeah, no doubt about it. She won by 12.5, but she did it so easily. Collared the leaders and just ran off on them. Could be a little bit of a different race today, as number 5, Thrill of the Night, does have some good speed and has yet to have a horse put its head in front. Ran huge first time out, easily beating the 2 favorite by 4.5. In the comeback race, battled after having the lead after a quarter mile, all the way to the wire, and fended off Prairie Magic and Artisan Dancer in there. Thrill of the Night, can it go an extra 2 furlongs? That is the question. It looks like on the board, people do think she can, as she is right now at 6-1. I think she does have a good shot in here if Burrow Down leaves her alone for more than a half mile.
That's the key. It's a matter of when Burrow Down makes that move, does Thrill and I try to keep going and try to keep up, and then that'll be the question there. I landed on the 2. Is I know you don't have the 2 selected. It's my exactor play of the day here, going to the 2 favorite. She's coming back from a nice even effort. Actually, it shouldn't closed. Actually, better than an even effort coming from Century Mile. Got that first mile out of the way. That's going to help. Her running style is off the pace. I always thought she should be going longer, and sure enough, I've got that after a second start. I think she's going to sit back. Now, like you said, if the 5 gets loose and gets brave, it's going to be a little harder for her to get there. But if Burrow Down moves too early, packs it up, favorite will be coming late.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 4, Miami Souvenirs. First time this horse ran after coming from Gulfstream, ran a really good second and did beat favorite that day, but made an absolute power move around the turn to go after Fingertip and got tired down the lane. And then favorite ended up getting close last time out. Well, just made that power move and kept on going, easily drawing off by 3. And I like that this horse had 3 races at 1 1/16 at Gulfstream before arriving here, so lots of experience going around 2 turns, and I'm loving the 30-1.
Yeah, it's a little bit because of the 7, but you've got that's the longest shot on the board, and you've given enough reasons why that horse certainly can be in the money. I think it's a big ask to beat the 7, but
definitely a big ask there, but
certainly
we're looking for exactor possibilities.
Completely right.
The way we're looking at this race.
I completely agree with you. I landed on the 1. I was searching for 3rd. Like I said, I really like the 2 for 2nd. I just think that this horse had a nice maintenance work coming in. It did lose to the 6 horse last time out. I'm getting 21-1. I just watched it. I thought she needed a start around the track, or a 7 furlongs, and we'll just see. Like I said, I think they're running for 2nd and 3rd in this race.
Yeah, I liked her last time, but she couldn't beat the 6 Inspiratus. Inspiratus won 2 in a row, breaking the maiden for 5, winning the 5-on-2, really easy by 7.5. And then in the Jack Hardy ran absolutely lights out behind Burrow Down and was 30-1 on the board. I expect her to run well again today, but with the couple new ones jumping in here, I'm just leaning towards them a little more. But Inspiratus, if she does run 2nd, no surprise to me at all.
Yeah, for sure. But let's talk about the horse that won the number 3 horse. Her first race, she came here and looked really good going short, and then the last 2 didn't get the lead. So that's she's going to almost have to change her running style. It almost looked like she tried to do that last time, but she does have 3 wins, and so first race winning big, and then can't really handle Burrow Down, but could certainly be in the mix. Another long shot that maybe she can stalk behind Thrill of the Night and take over late to get a piece of it. Again, looking for the 2nd and 3rd spots.
Yeah, that would have been kind of like the maiden breaker at Remington, where sat behind and just a half a length off and then drew off to win by 5. That would fit this race well. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, starting it off with you.
Yeah, so I've got 2 wagers. I'm just kind of showing everybody a couple ways to make some money on a big favorite. So we'll start with this exactor. $20 exactor, 7-2. It's Stretch's exactor of the day. Write it down, and you probably should change yours, Kirt. And then,
definitely I'm not.
And then the 2, we're on a roll. We've hit both pick 3s, $2 one. This is 7 with 4, 6, and 7 in the 6, and 3, 4, and 7 in the 7th. That's 18, or cut it in half for $1, make it 9.
And myself, I'm just going a $10 exactor wheel. 7 with 4 or 5. That'll cost you $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, we have those 2 late rider changes for you. Turning your programs to race number 6. Number 8, Home Early Shirley. Make the jockey Siobhan Bell. Once again in the 6th race, number 8, Home Early Shirley. Make the jockey Siobhan Bell. Turning your programs to race 7. Number 7, Silver Heights. Make the jockey Jorge Carreño. That's race number 7. Number 7, Silver Heights, will now be ridden by Jorge Carreño. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured field here in race number 5. It's the 35th running of the Manitoba Oaks 4 3-year-old fillies. They're going to go 1 mile for $50,000. Number 1 is Savage Love, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Favorite, owned by Steve Holborn and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Kim's Texas Bling, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Miami Souvenirs, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Siobhan Bell. Number 5 is Thrill of the Night, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Inspiratus, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Rounding out the field is number 7, Burrow Down, owned by Gerald Babchishin, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Shady Jr. Following the running of the Manitoba Oaks, Dave Janaway, a longtime patron and supporter here at Assiniboia Downs, will make the trophy presentation to the winning connections. Post time for the Oaks in 2 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
A stakes race with the top 3-year-old fillies in here and a superstar. The superstar is the 7. She is a special filly at this track. She looks like an absolute standout, so I don't have to go on about her. The horse I like at 17-1, who I think can run second, is favorite. She's going to sit just off the pace. There's some early pace with a few of the others, and I think she's going to get up for second and complete a really nice exactor. So I'm going to give you 7-2. How about another long shot, the 1? 7-2-1. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you on the 7. Burrow down 1-5 and deserves every part of that. My long shot in here is the 4, Miami, here in race 5.
Post time!
Savage Love leads the 3-year-old fillies into the starting gate. Favorite is in. Next up, Kim's Texas Bling. Miami Souvenirs walks up and in. Thrill of the night, looking to make it 3 in a row. She goes in. 2 left to load. Inspiratus. And now just waiting on the 1-9 favorite, Burrow down to the outside. And they'll all be set. They're at the post and they're off in the 35th running of the Manitoba Oaks. To the inside, that's Kim's Texas Bling. That was away well, but showing speed, thrill of the night, who is getting company from Inspiratus. These two are going to battle as they pass the grandstand for the first time. Settled back in third is the favorite, Burrow down. Kim's Texas Bling is in fourth. Then it's Savage Love back in fifth with Miami Souvenirs, and favorite is the early trailer, 23-1 the opening quarter. And Inspiratus has a lead by a long neck. Thrill of the night back to second. Moving up, Burrow down. Starting to gulp up the leaders is back to second. Fading back to third. That's Thrill of the night. On the outside, in fourth, still Kim's Texas Bling. Favorite starting a rally on the rail. Savage Love and Miami Souvenirs. Burrow down. Bears down on the field and now opens up by 5 lengths. Rallying to the outside, Kim's Texas Bling in second. Fighting back on the rail, Inspiratus. Burrow down, just widening the margin. Coming to the 16th pole, Burrow down, crushes them again. To no surprise, winning the 35th Manitoba Oaks. Second goes to Kim's Texas Bling. Third to favorite, and fourth to Savage Love. The Stewart's opposed to number 7, Burrow Down, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Kim's Texas Bling. Third to number 2, Favorite. And fourth to number 1, Savage Love. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 48 seconds. 6 furlongs, 113-1. Time for the mile, a breezing 139-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 35th running of the Manitoba Oaks, that's number 7, Burrow Down. Burrow Down is a dark bear brown filly, 3 years old, by Connect, out of the mare True Endeavor by Aftermarket. Owned by Gerald Baptisian, trained by Murray Duncan, and ridden to victory by Stanley Shady Jr. Time for the mile, 139-1. Assiniboia Downs is pleased to have on hand Dave Janaway, a longtime ASD patron and supporter, to make the trophy presentation to the winning connections. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Scratch number 1, Rotten to the Core, and scratch number 2, Wits Magic. Number 8, Home Early Shirley, make the jockey Siobhan Bell. Once again, in this 6th race, scratch the 1, Rotten to the Core, scratch the 2, Wits Magic. Number 8, Home Early Shirley, will now be ridden by Siobhan Bell. Post time for race number 6, 15 minutes away. In Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, Roseanne B went to the board and she selected the Queen of Hearts. So she won herself $25 and the jackpot keeps growing. The jackpot now $2,000 in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this $5,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2-lifers, we're going to go 5 furlongs. Scratch the 1 Rotten to the Core, scratch the 2 Wits Magic, and number 8 Home Early Shirley. Make the jockey Siobhan Bell. Looking back at race number 5, Burrow Down. Wow, is she special? I can't wait for her to go against the older mares.
I'm with you. I watched her gallop out, and it looked like she could have went around again, and didn't. There was like an evening workout, but the evening workout was a mile. It was like, wow. Yeah, impressive. Lived up to the billing. Great to always watch horses like that, especially up close.
And it's good Kim's Texas Bling woke up, and good ride by Antonio Whitehall to get second, stalking the early leaders.
Yeah, for sure. Moving on, just we a lot of people alive on the pick 4. Obviously, we are too. Thanks everybody jumping in. Today was over 74,000, so 29,000 are still alive. So payouts aren't big yet, but you just never know when a long shot might pop up and make it pay. But I think so far at this rate, I think the jackpot is more than safe.
Oh, definitely is. So you'll have one more crack to get it all by yourself. Well, you can still get it Monday on the mandatory payout day, but you can get it all by yourself tomorrow. All right, who do you like in race number 6, Stretch?
Okay, so I like 3 horses in here. I'll start with the one that I have listed first, and Julie's showing you which one I picked. I took the 4 horse. I like the last race. The horse showed me that can stalk a little bit and kind of make an even move. If you remember the race 2 back when I'm Afraid kind of came off the pace, that's the same kind of race I'm hoping for in this one. I don't like the price. I wouldn't be betting this horse to win. If you saw my pick 4 and pick 5s, I've got a few horses in here. She's the most likely one to be in the money. If you like making some place or show bets and making a few dollars, she might be the play in here for you.
Yeah, definitely ran a good race last time out, comes in with the work. But I went to number 6, Critical Condition. The only reason is last time out, this horse, instead of going jamming at the front end and trying to run really hard and get it, it sat a little off the pace, then made a huge move, and then tired late. But that was going 6 furlongs. Today is 5 furlongs. So I think that suits Critical Condition so much better. In the previous start, it got beat by a really good one in Lady Nyla and Ruby in the Stars. Ruby in the Stars came back to win. Lady Nyla last night came back to win also. So Critical Condition, 5-2 on the board. Kind of liking that price.
Yeah, I watched that replay, and you're right. You called it. Also, the good points on who's coming back to win. That tells you kind of the level of competition or how good. We've mentioned some late races have not been that good, and others have. Everything's been coming out. So you've got to compare. My long shot in this race is Go Wit Go, and you might be looking, oh, what does Stretch see in here? And he sees that not a very good first start, but that second start is sneaky better than you think. The horse was up closer, made a little bit of move, was wide, and then tired. I think that's just rounding into a top effort in here. You're getting 11-1. Outside shot. This is a race that if there gets to be a bit of a duel between a few of these horses, if the 4 can't come off the pace and the 6 gets caught in the duel, could set it up for the price, and that's my price horse.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 5, Moore's Miracle. Had some conditioning over the winter in Turf Paradise with some good works, and then had a lot of time off from May and June, and then July came back, worked 49, which is a good work, then came back with a slower work, but it was a race around, or a workout around the dogs as it went 106-2. This horse's one race that we see here at Assiniboia Downs was a good one behind Très Magnifique. That was a speedball out of the Shelley Brown barn. And at Assiniboia Downs, 4 starts, 2 seconds and a third. So I think Moore's Miracle, good long shot to throw in, and the longest shot in the Pick 4 live money too.
Yeah, for sure. If you've got a few horses going. I'm going to talk about Home Early Shirley, the 8 horse, went way too fast 2 races ago going and then got tired. And then the last time kind of raided a little bit. And I like when they try different things, trying to set the horse up. I think this horse is going to try to go as fast and as far as she can go. But that last race, we know she can't go 6. So you throw out that last furlong because she's run out of gas. She's 11-1. She certainly could be in the mix. There is other speed, but maybe she can stick around for third.
Yeah, and the 3 Bound to Be Smart, well, had former glory at Century Mile, but hasn't shown any of that so far at Assiniboia Downs. Did have a month off in between races, beaten by many in here, but comes from a top barn, so you never know. But let's go to our wagers here in race 6. Stretch, what do you got?
I'm going to make it a $3 exactor box, 4, 6, and 7, and hope my long shot gets maybe wedges in between one of those other ones. And, or a dollar one is $6.
All right, myself, I'm going after the late daily double. I'm taking the 4-6 in here with the 3-4 in the last. I'm betting a $5 one for 20, a dollar, $4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6. And we'll see you back for race 7. Jackpot High 5 wagering. The horse on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1, Rotten to the Core, was scratched. Also scratched number 2, Wits Magic. Number 3 is Bound to Be Smart, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Outclassed You, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Praven Badri. Number 5 is Moore's Miracle, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Critical Condition, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Jorge Carreño. Number 7 is Go It Go, owned by Bernice Amo, trained by Lee Delaron with Sheldon Chickanis. Rounding out the field is number 8, Home Early Shirley, owned by Bearstream Stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Siobhan Bell. Post time for race number 6, 2 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls that haven't won 2 races lifetime, only going 5 furlong. You can see it's kind of a match race according to the public between the 4 and the 6. I like both of them. The 4 is the more reliable one to be in the money. She ran a nice race sitting just off the pace. I think she's got to run the same type of race to do that and be competitive. I'll give you a bit of a long shot to help you make it pay in here, and that's the 7 horse. Real nice improvement last time, showing some speed. I think today she'll sit just off the pace, and if the speed backs up, she could get in there. 476. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch. I like number 6, Critical Condition in here. I think this horse will be forward in the race, sitting right behind anybody who wants the lead real bad. And what I liked is the horse came just off the pace, made a huge move, tired late. That was going 6, back to 5 furlongs today. And my long shot is the 5, Moore's Miracle. 12-1 on the board. Good luck here in race 6. To be smart, the first to be locked away in the starting gate. Outclassed you, the 4-5 favorite steps in. Next up, Moore's Miracle. Critical Condition walks in. Just 2 left to load. Go it, go! Now waiting on home early Shirley to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. On the far outside, home early Shirley. Showing some good speed on the inside, outclassed you. She's gonna match her. Settle back in third, Moore's Miracle to the inside, Bound to Be Smart. Critical Condition, 3 wide, and the early trailer will be Go It Go. The opening quarter, real quick, 22-3, and it's outclassed you with a lead by a neck. Home early Shirley to the outside in second, moving up on the rail. Bound to Be Smart in third. Critical Condition making a 4 wide bid and 5 wide. Go It Go. It's outclassed you. That leads them down the lane and up by 4. On the far outside, Go It Go. They're inside the 16th pole and outclassed you. Outclasses the field and gonna win by 3. Second to Go It Go. Third to Moore's Miracle. And fourth to Bound to Be Smart. Stewart's supposed to number 4 outclassed you as the race winner. Second goes to number 7, Go It Go. Third to number 5, Moore's Miracle. And fourth to number 3, Bound to Be Smart. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 47 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6, that's number 4, Outclassed You. Outclassed You is a dark bear brown filly, 4 years old, by Flat Out. Out of the mare Classy Missy by Belong to Me. Owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable. Trained by Wendy Anderson and ridden to victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Jackpot High 5 wagering, number 7 Silver Heights. Make the jockey Jorge Carreño. Once again in this 7th race, number 7 Silver Heights. Make the jockey Jorge Carreño. Jackpot High 5 wagering, the carryover just over $32,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a car in the parking lot of Mercedes-Benz, license plate Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $3.95, as well as half-price appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are maidens. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 7, Silver Heights. Make the jockey Jorge Carreño. Quick look back at race number 6. Outclassed you, did that to the field, and won easy with Praven Badri.
Yeah, it was a smart ride. Just when you're the best, you pressed and then took over. And because it was 5 furlongs, that was the big difference. If they were going a little bit longer, my bit of long shot might have got there. But
same with my long shot.
ran
Was
third?
running at the end. More is miracle
there you
too.
go.
All right, on to race number 7. Another big favorite. Is it going to be absolute favorite day?
Chalk.
Except for the first race.
Except for the first race, yes. Chalk, and even the second race.
It's Coco with $6.
So yeah, that's true. So Chalk is talking today. I'm gonna let's try to beat one of them here, and that's when I beat the 7-horse 7-5. I think the horse will go off a little bit lower. I'm gonna go with the Invader from Lone Star Park. The 2-back wasn't a bad race. It kind of chased, and then I really watched that the horse was trying to come back on in the stretch in that race, and I'm trying to find somebody to beat the 7, so I'd had to go outside of the horses that she's run against. So that's a bit of my long shot in there. Was against Texas Breds. It's not a stellar group in here, so somebody gets loose. That's sometimes what can happen in these fields. Everybody kind of runs at the same even pace, and that might be enough for her.
Yeah, I kind of like the 4 into tension. A first-time starter in here. Has 5 half-siblings. One is a 4-time winner of $50K. All of them sprinting. There's 3 maidens and 1 unraced. 2 of the maidens did show speed in their first outing. And this one has a lot of good works. And the best work, I think, is on June 9th at 5 furlongs in 102. And even June 20th, not a bad half mile in 50 handily around the dogs. A first-time starter, but this is a 5-year-old, which is kind of surprising that they kept this horse around that long. So I'm giving this one a little respect.
Yeah, why not? Mentioned on ASD Live, I'm not a big fan of betting maidens, especially 5-year-olds, but there's no horses in here that really jump out. They all have maybe one good race and then one bad race, and you've got to determine which race is coming. I'll talk about the favorite. Ran second last time, was wide throughout. It was a quite slow run race. It did drop from maiden special weight. If it improves, she's probably the winner. I'm not going to be surprised if the 7 doesn't win. It's just the type of race like this, I'm looking for value. It does point to her. And the jockey change, remember, we've got the jockey change with Carino.
Yeah, Carino's on, and he already won one for Blair Miller. Another horse to look at, number 1, Wits Memories, gets Lasix today. 2 outs ago, ran a really big race. Almost won it against the big favorite, Sins and Wins. Tired late down the lane. Last time out was beaten by 3 to Silver Heights, but the additional Lasix drawing the rail. Stanley Chady off the big win on Burrow Down. He should be excited and trying to win another one.
Correct. I'm going to just briefly mention the 9 drop. I had 1 start from maiden special weight, taking a little bit of action, is on the outside, but every right to improve. And that's what I'm kind of looking for. The others, many have had lots of starts. You know what you're getting. Maybe today's second start is hers.
And the 2 Diamini, another horse that dropped in from 10 to 5. Ran a good third last time out. Maybe this horse might be able to clear in there, because if someone does clear, they might be able to go all the way. Let's go to our wagers here in race 7 stretch. Starting it off with you, as we always do.
All right, thank you. Yes, I've got a $2 exacta box, 3, 4, and 7. It's not paying very much on the pick 5, pick 4, but in fact, Kirt, I could technically run the board all 7 races with the potential if 3, 4, or 7 win.
Well, and you made all the money early on, and that's the good thing. All the rest, you might break even.
Yeah, you're right.
Myself, I'm doing a triactor. I'm taking 1, 2, 3, 4 with the 7 for second. With the 1, 2, 3, 4 for third. That's the only one I'm playing. $12. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow. One more kick at the jackpot pick 5 before mandatory payout on Derby evening Monday. And join us for ASD Live, 6:45 Central. The horse on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Wits Memories, owned by Catherine Ursel, trained by Carl Anderson, with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Diamini, owned by Bill Meikle and Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Wits Queso, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is In Detention, owned by Pierre Esquirrel, Sheridan LaHoulier, and Daryl Paranica, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Halo's Phenomenon, owned by RTM Racing, trained by Ryan DeJarlis, with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Victoriaville, owned by Blair Kidd and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Blair Kidd with Chavian Chow. Number 7 is Silver Heights, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Jorge Carreño. Number 8 is Zebo, owned and trained by Bill Mooney with Lorena Bujold. And rounding out the field is number 9, Lady of the Fort, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan, with Siobhan Bell. Jackpot high 5 wagering here in race 7. They go to post in 2 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
The girls that have never won a race, finishing it off going 6 furlongs. You can go in many different directions. I've decided to try to go with the Invader from Lone Star Park. Has shown a bit of form 2 back and even the first lifetime start. That one of those races might just be enough to beat this field. Others to consider is the 4 is a first-time starter that has never raced. Some nice workouts. Everybody's been trying to beat the favorites all night. That hasn't happened, but the favorite is the 7 at actually a fair price at 3-2. But I'm still going to go 3, 4, and 7.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. I like Wits Queso also, coming from Lone Star. If it shows that speed it did first time out, this horse just might be able to steal it on the front end. I also like the first time starter, the 4 in detention, getting 20-1 right now. And this horse has a really nice workout in there, and a nice work just might be good enough to win it. Silver Heights, the 7, will be in there somewhere. I'm taking 3, 7, and 4. Good luck here in race 7.
It's post time.
Diamini will lead the field in for the nightcap. Next up, Wits Queso. In detention, walks up and in. Victoriaville will be next. The 8-5 favorite Silver Heights steps up. Silver Heights getting a little extra help from the gate crew. And a great job by them. Zebo's turn. To the far outside, Lady of the Fort. Now just 2 left to load. On the inside, Wits Memories. And just waiting on Halo's Phenomenon from the middle. Wits Memories a little fractious in the gate. They're all in. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Halo's Phenomenon. From the outside, Zebo was away well. And Wits Queso also showing speed. In between horses, Victoriaville. On the rail, Wits Memories in third. That's Zebo back in fourth with In Detention. Another length to Diamini. And Silver Heights, the favorite, in seventh. Then it's another 2 lengths back to Lady of the Fort. And well back to the early trailer, Halo's Phenomenon. The opening quarter, 23-4. Wits Memories on the inside. And Wits Queso putting on the pressure to the outside. Back in third, trying to rally Victoriaville. Silver Heights is back in fifth to the far outside. They hit the head of the lane, the half, 48-1. And Wits Memory starts pouring it on from here and opens up 3 lengths. The main danger, Victoriaville to the outside. But it's Wits Memories who's gonna win it by 4. Second best is Victoriaville. Blanket finish for third between Wits Queso, In Detention, and Silver Heights. The Stewards opposed to number 1, Wits Memories, as your race winner. Number 6, Victoriaville was second. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 48-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:15-2. Results of the photo show number 7, Silver Heights. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 3, Wits Queso. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner. Unofficial winner here in race number 7. That's number 1, Wits Memories. Wits Memories is a Bay filly, 4 years old, by Penitent Man, out of the mare Queen's Memories by Indigo Shiner. Owned by Catherine Ursel, trained by Carl Anderson, and ridden to unofficial victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:15-2. Congratulations goes out to jockey Stanley Chady Jr., who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour in the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $3.95, and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow at 7:30. See you then. For those on hand, head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.